Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Advocate Chauke. Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning, ma'am.
We apologize to all of you for the delay. Advocate Ramakhale, we understand that there were technical challenges because of the electricity.
Indeed, Chair.
Madam Williams, you are still under oath.
Mr. Chairperson.
Advocate Mohlamonyane.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a new member who is going to assist us in flighting documents that we'll be using in the further cross-examination. Madam Chair and your sisters.
Before you proceed, he is our son. When did you adopt him?
This morning, Madam Chair.
Only this morning?
Yes, only this morning.
Hope it's temporary.
It is temporary. I hope.
You just move that mic towards him so that he can tell everybody who he is.
Good morning.
Speak louder.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Tumelo Motlhageng. As Advocate Mohlamonyane said, I'm the newly adopted son, but I hope it's temporary too, as like you said.
You are part of the admin staff of the inquiry?
Yes, ma'am.
From the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for assisting the evidence leading team. Thank you, Advocate Mohlamonyane. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I do so, for purposes of further cross-examination of this witness, we have prepared a bundle. It's not a huge bundle. There are a few documents here which are properly paginated and indexed, and I beg leave to hand them up to the panel, Madam Chair.
Have you exchanged them with your colleagues?
It did, Madam Chair. I've handed a copy to my colleagues, Advocate Ramakhale in particular, and efforts were made to send them to the witness. But ultimately, it was decided by those who are technologically au fait to use this technology which Mr. Motlhageng will assist us with.
Yes, thank you. You may hand them up. Excuse. Yes, thank you. I suppose that the preparation of this document will assist us to move faster, Advocate Mohlamonyane. And as we discussed in chambers, we have today to finish with this witness. If we don't finish by end of business, we may have to sit until late at night. But I have to establish first from Ms. Williams whether she's likely to be available. Ms. Williams?
No, ma'am, I will not be available. I have another thing, personal thing that I'm also dealing with at the moment, so that will not be possible.
Until what time today will you be available?
4 o'clock, Madam Chair.
4 o'clock.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I asked you because we have an international witness who should start on Monday morning. virtually. And arrangements have been made with the Department of International Affairs, the ambassador in Greece, and we cannot disrupt those arrangements. If we were to proceed to early tomorrow morning to finish your evidence, are you likely to be available in the event we don't finish today?
Yes, ma'am, I'll avail myself.
Yes, thank you. Advocate Mohlamonyane, you hear the witness is only available until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I request you, to the extent reasonably possible, to get to the crux of the matter so that we can excuse this witness as soon as possible today. If we fail, we may have to sit tomorrow morning, very early tomorrow morning. But I trust you, and I trust the Advocate Ramokhali. In the event the cross-examination finishes, then your re-examination will be brief. By the way, to all of you, we already know why we are here. We have the terms of reference. We know what we have to focus on. Let us not be all over the show. Let's just focus on what we need to focus on.
Yes, Judge.
I thank you. You may begin, Counsel.
Chair, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Chair, indeed, we did receive these documents from Advocate Mohlamonyane this morning, and I've been instructed to raise an objection to these documents. Many of them, I think about 1 or 2 of the documents are already existing in the bundle that the panel has seen, but a majority of the documents actually come from the Maphumulo docket, which, as a panel knows, we have asked for many times over. The response we got from the NPA is that they don't have the docket. And now, after 3 witnesses have given evidence, these documents are now re-emerging. And so we have great difficulty about the prejudice, particularly because 3 witnesses have now come and gone to give evidence on this, and these documents have now suddenly re-emerged.
Is this, are these documents, because I haven't looked at them, do they include what Advocate Nkabinde referred to the other day, saying that they have not been given the dockets?
Yes, Madam Chair, I know the panel hasn't seen these documents, but you will see, for instance, you recall when Advocate Mayema gave evidence, questions came from the panel about whether the IPED and DPCI task team interviewed Inspector Kanyile, who was injured in the shooting of Superintendent Konko. That bundle now includes the very statement from Inspector Kanyile that we've been asking about, because it comes from the Maphumulo docket. So when Mr. Nkabinde was talking about that docket, it's that particular Konko docket, the Maphumulo one, that we have not seen and the panel certainly hasn't seen.
Advocate Mohlamonyane.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Let me just maybe make this remark in fairness to you. You were not here most of the time when Advocate Mayema testified. Were you here?
I was in the building, but I was not following. I was busy with other duties.
Were you at any stage here when these issues were raised? The issues that Advocate Ramokhali is talking about.
No.
We did have an exchange with Advocate Hali and Advocate Lekheto, the NPA team. about the issues that were raised regarding these documents. And now these documents are apparently surfacing now in cross-examination. So I'm just alerting you to the fact that these issues arose during your absence. So you may not be aware of the developments during that time. And you may not have been made aware as to why there were challenges raised about the unavailability of these documents. So I thought I must just let you know before you answer.
Yes, I'm not aware, Madam Chair, that a docket was, the Maphumulo docket was not part of this, the proceedings. But I got this document.
Advocate Lekgeto was here, at least this, all the time.
She was here.
She was here. And it may be worthwhile for us to consider an adjournment so that you can discuss with her. She is aware of that, I believe so. Please bring that roving mic. Because we don't want to go back to the transcript. We have the notes. But the issue of the statement of Kanyile was raised, and Advocate Nkabinde repeatedly raised this issue regarding the dockets that has not been made available to them. I have not looked at this document, and as you hand it to us now, you did not mention even in chambers that there's a document to be handed up. Maybe we would have quickly looked at it. But if this document contains the statement of Mr. Kanyile and the docket that has been spoken about, it may create problems. Advocate Lekgeto, do you remember?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do recall, and I did actually raise it with Advocate Mohlamonyane, because my instructions from the NPA is that they don't have copies of this docket. They did their best to locate it, but they couldn't get any information until they even sent an affidavit by a station commander in KZN, confirming that he also looked, he can't find the docket. I shared the affidavit with Advocate Mohlamonyane. And then when he asked me to prepare the bundle for him.
You shared the affidavit with
Yes.
Advocate Mohlamonyane. Whose affidavit?
I'll come back on with the name, but it is the station commander of the police station where the docket would have originated and would have been sent back, where they confirmed that they looked, they can't find the docket as well. And when I was asked to prepare the bundle from Advocate Mohlamonyane, I did raise with him that the Maphumulo docket, the NPA couldn't find where were you able to get the documents. So my instruction, all the documents in the bundle are not from the NPA. I didn't get it from NPA to provide the evidence leader. It's the evidence leader bundle.
But as NPA, you do remember this issue being raised by Advocate Chauke's team?
That's correct, yes.
During the testimony of the previous witnesses, especially Advocate Mayema.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And this issue was raised not once. You were in this chamber.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And now this document has surfaced. Who prepared it?
The bundle, I prepared the bundle for Advocate Mohlamonyane
When did you prepare it?
yesterday.
As you were preparing the document, did you have a discussion with Advocate Chauke's team?
No. I waited for Advocate Mohlamonyane to deal with, because I was also surprised because all the documents were new to me. I had not seen them before. I didn't know about them. So I waited for him to deal with the documents the way he wanted to deal with them. But I did raise with him that the Maphumulo docket, the NPA couldn't find. Where did you get the documents?
Did you tell Advocate Mohlamonyane, who had not been present for a couple of days when Advocate Maema was led, that this matters, or at least the Maphumulo docket was mentioned and concerns were raised about the unavailability of this document? Did you tell him?
Yes, when I actually sent him the affidavit from the station commander, I did indicate that in the email even that this docket had been raised and the NPA had undertaken to look for this docket, but the docket couldn't be located. And the station commander has deposed to an affidavit confirming that they can't find the docket. And the NPA does not have copies. They can't find copies at the moment of the docket.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lekgeto.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, we are aware that you have not been here during the evidence of the previous witnesses for Advocate Chauke, and the evidence leading team, the member of that team who was present was Advocate Mtweni. Have you had a discussion with your team? I don't know how you operate. I would imagine that you hold discussions as a team so that the left knows what the right is doing. Did Advocate Mtweni alert you of the issues that were raised during your absence, including this very issue?
Not to my knowledge, Madam Chair. I don't remember discussing it with Advocate Mtweni.
Do you, as an evidence-leading team, work in silos, or do you have discussions with one another?
We do have discussions occasionally. We do have discussions. We do discuss.
Was this issue raised with you as you have now taken the position to cross-examine?
With Advocate Mtweni, I don't remember.
What do you then suggest we do?
I suggest that we adjourn for a few minutes, and I will take a decision as to whether these documents should be used or not.
And you will make submissions so that we can make a decision?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, I'm a bit taken aback by your statement that you want an adjournment to make a decision whether this document should be used or not when an objection has been raised. I think I would expect you to make submissions so that the panel decides whether to uphold the objection or to overrule it and allow you to use the document. But for you to take a decision whether the document should be used is it's a bit confusing because an objection has been raised. Thank you.
I hear you, Madam Baloyi-Mere. Rather, I concede that they should not be used. The Maphumulo documents should not be used. I'll not refer to them in cross-examination.
Advocate Nkabinde, can I find out these documents? You obviously found them from somewhere.
Yes, from someone who...
From someone?
Yes, from someone.
And that someone will obviously come and testify on these documents?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
How possible is that?
The one statement is Kanyile's statement, and there are no intentions to call Kanyile.
But how possible is that? How do you bring a statement of a person who is not going to come before the inquiry? What do you seek to establish with that statement in the first place?
It is on oath, Madam Chair. It is a statement on oath. It's an affidavit of Kanyile, who was in company of Tonto when Tonto was killed.
Remember, this is an inquisitorial process. It is not an adversarial process like in court. We are here to search for the truth. No technicalities whatsoever. And as evidence leading team, your role is to assist this panel to unravel the truth and not take any technical points. It's just a fairness thing to all and sundry. I'm now surprised that you want to bring a statement and you don't want to call, you say you may not even call that witness. What if we want that statement, that witness? As we inquire, as we search for the truth, because once we read that statement, we may want to ask the witness or the deponent questions. Is it something that you considered, counsel, when you prepared this bundle?
Yes, I did consider, but I thought it may not be necessary to call a witness who has made a statement on oath. It may not necessarily be feasible to call that witness.
Well, we understand these are extracts from a docket.
Yes.
And we don't have that docket. It's a different thing if we read documents from a docket. We may not say bring the witness who deposed to A1 statement, A2, because it's contained within a docket. But these are extracts. And when I asked the question, I thought the person who provided you with this, either one, they give us the whole docket, we have the docket in front of us, or they come and talk to all these documents. Not necessarily that each and every person who has deposed to an affidavit, but someone who will be able to say, this is, maybe the investigating officer or whoever who was involved in this case number would come and talk to this document so that even the other team has a chance to cross-examine. Remember, you are now introducing new documents under cross-examination. The Chauke team has not had a chance to look at them. It's like introducing new information in the replying affidavit when the other party does not have a chance to answer to those allegations. That is basically what is going to happen, because the witness will be confronted with new evidence that maybe the witness could have dealt with it in her affidavit had she been aware of it, or had the team been aware of it. So it creates a sort of a difficult situation. Thank you.
May I just...
Let me just, for that, my sister. Dr. Mohlamonyane, you'll remember one of the advocate researcher had to track for us instances when these issues were raised, and when I reminded the parties so many times, especially the NPA, to provide the documents to Advocate Chauke's team. Remember, from the outset, we advised the parties to exchange documents timelessly in preparation for leading witnesses and proceeding with the inquiry. The recollection, as distilled from the transcript, clearly shows us that these matters have been matters of concern to Advocate Chauke and to the panel itself. Hence, I reminded the parties, not once, but many times, to provide the dockets. The 20th of November, 21st November, 25th of November, 27th November, the 4th of December, 5th December, 12th February, we reminded the parties. Even on the 13th of February, Advocate Halley for the NPA indicated that the NPA will attempt to get this docket, the control docket from DPCI, the 13th of February. And today, we are given this document from the bar. Advocate Chauke's team is taken by surprise also to be given this document this morning. I'm placing this on record because it's all about transparency and fairness to all the parties. Because, once again I say, this is not an adversarial process like we in court. The proceedings will remain inquisitorial to search for the truth and to be able to assist the president when he finally makes a decision. And also to assist us to make an appropriate recommendation to the president. But if we proceed in this fashion, we will not be able to execute our tasks properly. And I request you, Advocate Mohlamonyane, as the evidence leaders, and the most senior, I suppose, of them all, to lead your team with a view to assist us and not to frustrate the cause. Thank you. My sister, Ms Sharmilla, would like to speak to you.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, I think you should know that as the chief evidence leader, you ought to make it your business to be aware of all that information, not necessarily each detail, but all the information that is being presented even in your absence. That is why your appointment is that of the chief evidence leader, and there'll only be one chief in the crawl, and that is yourself. Now, turning to the issue about introducing documents that had not been seen by the Chauke team at all, I think you also know that is not proper. We are not supposed to be sitting here as a panel now to adjudicate as to whether documents should be allowed or not, unless it's extremely necessary. As far back as yesterday, I'll say at least as far back as yesterday, you already knew that you were going to use these documents, and you could have sensitized the other side, and you could have even used the opportunity. I think it's on record that we do meet in the mornings in chamber just to make sure that, you know, we find each other, and if there are some hiccups, you are able to deal with them neatly outside the view of everyone. And we had that chamber meeting this morning, and there's none that, you know, indicated that there would be something that is unexpected before us. Now, this being an inquisitorial process, I have been tempted to quickly just go through the document, especially in respect of the file that you say you will not be using now that there is an objection. And I just want to also place it on record that the witness in respect of whom you say you accept you will not use that statement or that material is a very important witness, because it's a witness that, according to the documents, was with Superintendent Congo when he was killed. And so many lives have gone in the name of Congo. So many. Now we have an eyewitness that you do not even intend calling. But nevertheless, we cannot force you to call a witness. If important witnesses are not called, the panel will have the right to call that witness. But I must say, I find it strange that this concession is made. Maybe let me not say it's strange. I think you did the concession correctly, because you know you may have flouted the rules. But at the same time, if you look at the fact that you, as the evidence leader, you have an obligation to place all the important information before this inquiry, it would be a sad day if Kanyile were not to be called. It would be a very sad moment, because all and sundry have just been screaming Congo's death as the cause of the Katoma Mina massacre. I'm sorry to be using this, but it appears like that from the record and the evidence that has been presented thus far. So I want to ask a question. If you say you will concede that you'll not use the material relating to Mr. Kanyile, do you have a plan about the evidence of Kanyile? Do you have a plan? And if you have a plan, what is the plan?
Madam Ramaha, I'll discuss that with my co-evidence leaders. on the way forward about Kanyile. I'll discuss it and we'll take a decision. We'll make a decision as to whether we'll call him, or if we don't call him, maybe the panel can do so. But we'll make a decision as to what will happen.
I just want to say, fortunately, this is not a court. One can even transgress some things. But I want to say, you know, every day you come to the chamber or you deal with this matter, remember that you were appointed because there is confidence in you that you will deliver all the information that should assist this panel. And when you make any decision whatsoever, remember that we do not have full capacity to go out there and search for information that would inform us. You are there to do that with your team. And like it was stated right in the beginning that in this matter, in this inquiry, there's no winner, there's no loser. The aspiration is to get to the bottom of the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ramokgopa.
I suppose that now that you have indicated that you will not pursue with the bundle, I suppose you are retracting the handing over of this bundle. That is the right thing to do? Am I right?
You are right, Madam Chair, except that there's one document that I may use in.
Well,
just one document.
you can have your bundle. You can have the bundle before we make the ruling regarding this
Yes.
objection.
Yes, I retract.
If you elect to make any use of a document, you will tell us what that document is. When you decide to use any document which is part of that bundle, and you will in advance tell us what it is, and you will also make it available to Advocate Chauke's team, because it appears that they are not objecting to everything in that bundle.
No, they are not. In any event,
Let me finish.
Let
me finish. When you decide to use any of the documents included in that bundle, confer with your colleagues and let us know if there's an agreement.
Madam Chair, I've taken a decision, a conscious decision. I'll not use any document in this bundle. It has been retracted. The one document that I intended to use is on page 1, but apparently it is also part of. I'll refer to it in the bundles.
Yes, thank you. The objection is sustained, and the bundle of documents that the evidence leading team sought to use and to hand it up as to form part of the record has now been retracted. Thank you, Counsel. You may then, I beg your pardon.
I know ordinarily I wouldn't want to speak after you make a ruling, but I'm a bit worried that Advocate Mohlamonyane managed to get the documents that the NPA could not find. Maybe Advocate Mohlamonyane can assist us with the docket, because obviously those documents would be from the docket, maybe for future use in the very near future, where the NPA failed to get the documents. Maybe you could assist the Chair, and I apologize for speaking after your ruling.
May I respond to that, Madam Chair? To Advocate Baloyi SC's proposition.
Maybe I should leave this to the parties to deal with the issue of the docket. Although I was raising this because we are on a fact-finding inquiry, so we should not have some of the information being left out or suppressed. But let me leave it. You may not respond to what I've said. You will deal with it inter partes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my sister is correct that the parties must discuss these matters without our involvement as we have been proceeding. You will alert us in chambers as we meet every morning if there would have been any consensus. If none, the parties will indicate to us why the dockets cannot be made part of the record and what prejudice, if any, will be suffered by any one of you. But we think that it is prudent that we allow the parties to talk and form a view as to what should happen to this docket, because it has been raised by the parties. Do talk. You know the approach of this inquiry. As we inquire, searching for the truth, what we expect all of you to do. Thank you. That said, we should begin. Advocate Mohlamonyane, I've already warned the witness.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a 10-minute adjournment just to recompose myself?
Yes, I understand. As I understand, I must also caution Dr. Mohlamonyane that time is not on our side. I say this very reluctantly because I do not want to belabor the point. We have lost a lot of time last year, not because of our own making, not because the panel didn't do its work, neither because Advocate Chauke didn't do what they were supposed to do. We encountered the delay primarily because of the challenges you, the evidence leaders, encountered. And whatever you do, whatever request you make to stand the matter down for a postponement, bear that in mind.
On the postponement, Madam Chair, just before I start with
Please
my
let me finish talking, Council. I'm talking for the future. If you seek any postponement, I'm just reminding you that as you now seek us to stand the matter down again, we started late because of the technical challenge and also because of your own doing, Advocate Mohlamonyane. When I say your own doing, I'm not talking to you personally, but to the evidence leading team, how you do things. and causing us delays. We should avoid that. In fairness to you, to compose yourself and get your house in order, we will afford you time to consider how you wish to proceed with your cross-examination. Madam Williams,
Yes, Madam Chair.
we apologize to you for keeping you waiting. We are going to take a short adjournment to enable the evidence leading team to organize themselves, and will reconvene after 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 10 to 11. Advocate Mohlamonyane, is it 10 to 11?
5 to.
At 5 to 11. Thank you. We'll adjourn. Good morning once again to you all. Ms. Williams, Madam,
Yes, madam.
you continue to be under oath. Advocate
Yes, thank you,
Mohlamonyane.
President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning.
You are aware that in South Africa, there are clashes between various taxi associations, and in this regard, in particular, in KZN.
Yes, I am.
And there were killings that were committed by members of these associations. In this instance, the Stenga Association and the Maphumulo Taxi Association, which you call KTA. Are you aware of that?
Yes. Yes, I was aware of some of it, yes.
You remember you dealt with this aspect yesterday, and the witness answered as she does now. I'm looking at my notes.
As it pleases the chair. Now, Superintendent Konko was assigned to investigate the killings between the two taxi rival associations. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that. I knew he was the head of the taxi violence unities.
Now, I want to take you to paragraph 18 of your statement. On page 3-5. Are you there?
Just give me a second, please. Which paragraph are we talking about?
18.
Yes.
Berea CAS 28811 of 2008 was one of those that you investigated.
That's correct, yes.
Now go to paragraph 23.2. On page 3-7 of your affidavit.
I have it here.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
You say in that affidavit, in a nutshell, that you had gathered evidence and it was your view that in the Berea matter you had gathered evidence which would have led to a successful prosecution against the relevant members of the Katomana SVC. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Now let us take the Berea case. And go to the volume BR1, Madam Chair, BR1, page
Sorry, before we go to BR1, you referred the witness to page 3-7, and which paragraph specifically?
Paragraph 23.2, Madam Mohlamonyane SC, which goes to page 3.8.
Thank you. Thank you.
dash
I
8.
found it. Thank you.
You have the bundle in front of you.
I do, Madam Chair.
In the normal course of events, in the course of your investigations,
You have just referred us to BR1.
yes, Madam Chair.
Where in BR1?
00, go to 0073.
Chairperson, if council can just repeat the number for me.
0073, BR 0073. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You will see in that, on that page, that there is a statement of Paul Mostert, who is a detective inspector, who was a detective inspector attached to Katomana.
Yes, I see that.
When you were being led in your evidence in chief, you were not referred to this statement, not so?
Just repeat yourself.
I'm saying when you were giving evidence in chief, you were not referred to this statement, not so?
Yes.
You were not referred to it. Yes, meaning you agree that you were not referred to it.
No.
I don't understand your answer. Okay, I'll come back to it. You were referred to...
May I just, I'm sorry to interpose. Remember, the witness is called by Advocate Chauke's team, and she is led by that team. Shouldn't you maybe recast your question differently? That as she was led, she was not led on this document. If you would like to refer to her statement, you can maybe take us to the paragraph relevant and maybe indicate to the witness that in your statement, you did not make any mention of this statement by Mr. Mostert. It's one thing to testify about what you are led about, and another to be asked questions about what the witness herself has deposed to. I'm not sure whether counsel understand the point that I'm trying to make.
I do,
with
Madam.
the view that you can recast the question differently.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Williams, wait a minute. Let's allow counsel, Advocate Ramokhale, to deal with his questions to you. Then you can answer. Yes, counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just taken aback. Let me recast, Madam Chair. In your evidence in chief, you did not make mention of this statement on this page, BR 0073, which is marked 810 in the docket. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in 2008, when you were investigating this matter of the barrier cast 288-5-2008, you did not make a statement, not so?
I can't remember if I made a statement or not.
You never referred to your statement in your evidence in chief. Did you?
No, I didn't. I can't remember. I'm just telling you that I can't even remember if I made a statement. So why would I have mentioned it?
So should this panel accept that you did not make a statement?
I do not
Well,
recall.
that's what she's saying, counsel, please. She says, I don't remember that I made a statement, meaning there is no statement to that effect. Doesn't that follow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You concentrated in your evidence in chief on the statement contained in BR 0093, that of Tembi Cynthia Nxumalo. Is that correct?
Can I just go there? You said BR 00?
93.
Just give me 1 second to get there, please.
Please take us, sorry, counsel, please take us to that.
BR1, we're still on the same volume, Madam Chair.
BR1,
BR 0093.
0093.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is the statement that you referred to in your investigations, not so?
Yes, I used the statement when I was doing my investigation, so obviously I had to take it into consideration.
Sorry, counsel, I'm very sorry. The statement of Mr. Mostert that you referred us to earlier on, BR 10073. I am not aware that, or rather I don't know whether you are aware that this statement has been dealt with previously by, or it has been referred to us by Advocate Chauke's team. It may not have been referred to by this witness, but it is clear it is now part of the record. What point would you like to make with regard to this Inspector Moster's statement?
I would have reverted to it. I would be reverting to it after I shall have dealt with the other two statements. Reverted to Moster's statement to indicate to her that she did not take all the statements into account in her evidence, rather in her investigation of the barrier matter.
Yes, you can then proceed to BR 10093.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You are there. You are on BR 0093.
That's correct, yes.
This witness here, Tembi Cynthia Nxumalo, says in paragraph 2.
Wait a minute. I'm paging through to 0093. What is this document?
This is a statement, Madam Chair, of one Thembi Cynthia Ngumalo, which this witness has referred to in her evidence in chief, as being one of those that she considered in the course of her investigation.
Thank you, Counsel. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You placed a lot of emphasis in your evidence in chief on this statement, not so?
I suppose so, yes. And also the post-mortem reports and the ballistic reports, yes.
Now, this witness here, Thembi Cynthia Ngumalo, says she was inside the house in paragraph 2.
Inside the flat, yes.
When she peeped through the bedroom window, her bedroom window. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
That was when she heard people talking, after she had heard people talking outside.
Yes.
And she saw something falling to the ground. At that stage, she did not realize it was a human being.
Yes.
And in paragraph 5, she says, paragraph 4 rather, before the person fell, he heard gunshots, not so?
Yes.
And that the person, according to her, did not have a firearm in his hands.
That's what witness says, yes.
Now, in your understanding, at what stage did she hear the gunshots? In your understanding?
She would have heard the gunshots before she saw the person fall from above, because this is what I'm reading.
Furthermore, on your understanding, would she have seen who fired the gunshots?
No, she would not have seen who fired the gunshots. It's impossible for her to see that.
Now, let me take you to a statement in the same bundle. BR 0011, A4 in the docket. (0011), Madam Ramachaka. It's A4 in the docket.
Thank you, Counsel.
I have it, yes, thank you.
This is a statement of one Shannon Brownie. And I want to read this statement to you, to read it into the record, with your permission, Madam Chair.
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She states on oath in English, and she says, I'm an adult female with ID number that. We don't have to cite it on record. And she stayed at that flat, Colesbeck, in Berea. The paragraphs here are not numbered, but I'll get to the next one. It says, which I'll call 2, on 24/5/2008, Saturday, I can't read that, but before 11, I heard 5 gunshots from a close vicinity. I rushed towards my window and saw a person lying on the floor, in brackets, parking area, on his stomach. I went and checked my phone from my room. I phoned 10111. I looked out the window and saw a male kicking a firearm out of the person's hand. While still on the phone, I heard noises coming from flat number 32. I heard banging of the door. Entry was gained into that flat. The flat was cordoned off with police tape. I then realized that the males were police officers, I think. The male from number 32 was unknown to me. During the last 2 days before this incident, a white Yaris was parked in his parking site. I did not see him drive it. And it's signed on the next page and commissioned. Have you taken into account this statement when you did your investigations?
Yes, I did, ma'am, and obviously this would have been part of my DPP memo. I would have included this into my DPP memo.
The DPP memo you're referring to, where is it?
I do not have that. That would obviously be in ICD or now IPIT in their possession. And I suppose a copy of it will be with the DPP in Pietermaritzburg.
In paragraph 67, let me take you to your affidavit. Go to paragraph 67 of your affidavit. On page
Yes,
3,
I have that.
page 22.
Yes, I have that in front of me, Chairperson.
Paragraph 67.
67, Madam Chair. It's at the bottom of the page, 3-22.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When, in this paragraph, Ms. Williams, you are saying in a nutshell that when you arrived at the scene, you saw the deceased lying on the ground.
Yes, I do.
And that he appeared to have been shot several times.
Yes.
Now, the next page in paragraph 70.
Proceed, Council.
You, in paragraph 70, you say he was shot 2 times while lying down.
Yes.
Are you suggesting, Ms. Williams, that you saw when he was shot? Was he shot 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 hey 1 2 yeah everything's going out 1 2 Hebron you can speak
Yeah, one good.
yes I can hear you now
One good.
yes sir can you hear me
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oral motor doing something motor how
Okay. One good.
yeah marata repeat mo
1 2.
ngarela itile dilo double
Yeah, one good.
mic check 1 2 1 2
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
wawan
1 2.
as me non motor itiling ang wahapa logiling in oh rough of Isaac 1 2 when I give him apa give him also what I said maramo 1 2 can you hear me up now when I speak amen Hebron
Yeah, ano na device yung winela itili makiki ko no idima no.
oh, okay let's try again mic check 1 2 1 2 okay sharp Ejoba Manati.
Yeah.
All right. Sweet. Rallavoha. We are ready to go. Ejo. Hebron. 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 Somebody, anybody. Hebron. 1 2. Oh, you're picking this thing up. You should get a 1 2 1 2. Hebron. Yeah.
Kita aba move le rena batse ba move le rena ya no na le sound ka go bona ke re bona ba shile mai go bona sa YouTube flow ka feta ko desk e go ra ke le feta
No stress, bro.
from kausa from next week wena o bereka o tla le di cake ka re ya bona le di cake ala robal no no better to mouse kana
Ms. Williams? Hello, Ms. Williams? Oh. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. We had a power failure in the morning, and it came back, and the generators had to go off. So I don't think you heard when Chair said we would take a tea adjournment until 12. So the power is
No, I
stable. Yeah, I thought so. The power is stable now, and we'll be back at 12.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
All right. No, I'm just checking. Sorry, we had to delay a bit, but they're coming in now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
You continue to be under oath, Madam.
I understand that, Chairperson.
Advocate Mohlamonyane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, I want to take you back to paragraph 70 and recap.
Yes, paragraph 70.
You said you did not see the police shooting at the deceased who was lying down.
No, I did not see that. I was not there.
And how do you know that he was shot twice while lying down?
I got that from the information, obviously, from the duty officer.
Duty officer?
Yes.
Who was the duty officer?
I can't remember the name of the superintendent, but he was from Berea, SAPS.
Now, the position of the firearm, you say, as against the body of the deceased, was improbable. What makes it improbable?
Because of the distance that the firearm was from the body.
May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank
May
you.
I proceed?
The firearm was lying close to the body. You say 1 meter, plus minus 1 meter in paragraph 67, a meter away from the deceased body.
That's correct, yes, plus minus.
Would you say if it was lying at that distance that you estimated, it was in close proximity?
Not really.
It was not in close proximity.
It was, but it wasn't near him.
You say not really.
It was a meter away, Council. Plus minus a meter away.
Now, your testimony about the position of the firearm and its improbability, Ms. Williams, can only be given by an expert. You are not an expert. You are not a ballistic expert to testify about positioning and distances and brandishing when he landed or while falling. You are not an expert.
Correct, Chairperson. I'm not an expert, but I was speaking to the experts and I was getting their view and they were guiding me. Those are the resources I had available to me, so I used the resources.
But in this paragraph 70, Ms. Williams, you are not saying I got information from experts. You are saying it in your own words as if you are the one who is making the proposition. Not so.
Doesn't he say the police version at paragraph 70? The opening line?
Yes, she says the police version of events and alleged self-defense did not seem plausible. But she doesn't go to say, this is what I got from the police. Ms. Williams?
Yes. Madam Chair, obviously the police had told me that, and I'm stating in here, because where else would I have gotten that from? Obviously, I would have spoken to the police, because like I've said in my evidence in chief, that whenever we get to a scene, the information is then relayed to us by the duty officer. And thereafter, I speak to the pathologist, I speak to the ballistics, and that is what is guiding me.
So you got this improbability that you are putting here from the police?
Exactly, from the police, Madam Chair.
I beg your pardon, you cannot talk about improbability. You are not making an assessment of the probability or otherwise of her statement. Shouldn't you just place evidence before us, counsel? Because at the end of the day, that's what we seek to do in terms of the terms of reference. Will you?
Yes, I agree, Madam Chair, with you, but she puts a proposition here. She puts a statement here to say it was improbable. The position of the firearm was improbable. Now, I want her to explain this improbability. What made the position to be improbable? The position of the firearm. What makes it to be improbable?
Ma'am, as I said, I spoke to the ballistics. And then I spoke to the ballistics and I also spoke to the pathologist. This is the information that I got from them, and they told me that there is no way that this guy, the firearm, the position of the firearm, that he could have brandished the firearm, and he could have pointed the firearm at the police at that stage. And that is obviously what I get from the experts.
Which expert are you referring to?
I cannot remember who the ballistic expert was. I think it was Captain Renier van der Sant, if my memory serves me correctly. And then I cannot remember who the pathologist was. I think maybe Dr. Christoffia. And I also remember that Dr. Ayer was there overseeing that post-mortem. That's now if my memory serves me correct, but I think it's these three people, Madam Chair.
Let me take you back to the statement of Inspector Mostert on page BR0073, to which I referred you earlier.
I have it in front of me, Chairperson.
Paul Mostert says, and I wish to put it on record, I wish to put his statement on record. I'm a detective inspector in the South African Police and attached to the Organized Crime Unit Katamana. On Saturday, 24 May 2005, at 21:55, I was contacted by Captain Eva, who requested assistance. I immediately proceeded to the office where I met Captain Eva and Constable Naidu. I was informed by Captain Eva that information was received about a wanted suspect, Thabo Msimango, who was hiding in a flat in the Morningside area. Captain Eva also made arrangements for other members to meet us. The above suspect was arrested on B Beach Cast 343/1/08 armed robbery. He later escaped from members of the unit at the workshop Durban Central Cast 1641/01/2008, escaping refers. The same evening at 22:25, Captain Eva, Constable Naidu, and I departed to Avondale Road, where the other members were met. Captain Eva briefed us from where we departed to flat situated between 5th and 6th Avenues, Greyville. The name of the block of flats is Colesberg. Information was that Thabo could be in the company of another wanted suspect and that they were both armed. At 22:40, Captain Eva, Inspector Nell, Constable Naidu, and I entered the building. The other members safeguarded the ground area. We proceeded to the 3rd floor to flat number 32. On our arrival, I noticed a security gate in front of the door. Due to the fact that the suspect could be armed, the security gate was forced open by means of a crowbar. Once this was done, the door was kicked in by Inspector Nell. I immediately entered the flat armed with my pistol, a 9mm parabellum with serial number Q014304. As I entered, I was confronted by the suspect, Thabo. He was armed with a pistol, pointing it in my direction. I fired 3 shots in his direction. At this point, he ran towards the enclosed balcony with the window slightly opened. He dived through the window and fell to the ground. I noticed movement and fired a further shot in his direction when I noticed the members on the floor move in and I had more shots being fired. I went down the stairs to where the suspect lay. Inspector Nell and Constable Naidu remained in the flat. On my arrival, I found Captain Eva and the other members by the suspect. At this point, Captain Eva took charge of the scene. I noticed the firearm lying in close proximity to the suspect. It appeared that the suspect was dead. The necessary arrangements were made by Captain Eva to have an ambulance summoned to the scene. He also requested for the detective on call, as well as the duty officer to attend. Members of the ICD and the LCRC were also summoned to the scene. Whilst the injured was in my presence, he did not sustain further injuries. I later departed from the scene to the office. At that stage, the detective was still at the scene, as well as the deceased. And this was signed and sworn to on the 14th day of July 2008, as it appears on the next page. Ms. Williams, do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, after listening to what Inspector Mostert has said, you're still of the view that Thabo Msimango did not have a gun with him.
Obviously, I didn't see whether he had a gun. The next thing that I'm asking myself, LCRC, did they do DNA on that firearm for us to establish whether that firearm was his possession? I'm not saying it was not.
You are not saying it was not in his possession?
Yes, if he had touched it, if it has been under his control.
Go to page BR0075 of the same bundle, Madam Chair.
Don't forget that along the statement of Mr. Mostert, you had earlier on referred us also to the statement in BR10093 and the statement BR0011. And you said that you're going to deal with those, so they are left hanging. I don't know whether you intend to revert to those statements as you've just done with that of Mr. Mostert.
I intend doing that, Madam Chair.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you. This is a statement of I actually referred you to a different one. I want to refer you to 812. I beg your pardon. 812.
Where is 812?
BR0077, Madam Chair. My apologies. The statement of Rakesh Maharaj.
Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For time constraints, due to time constraints, I'm not going to read the whole statement to you. I'll only refer you to what I regard as important and critical for our purposes. And you go to paragraph 4 of that statement.
I'm at paragraph 4 of the statement, yes, Madam Chair.
He says in paragraph 4, and I quote him, at plus minus 2240, we proceeded to Colesberg Flats, 6th Avenue, Morningside. Inspector Makanya and I took positions directly below that number 32 on foot, whilst the rest of the members proceeded upstairs to the respective flat. After a few minutes, I heard a noise, followed by gunshots, and the next moment, noticed a male falling to the ground with a firearm in his hand. I immediately and instinctively fired 2 shots in his direction. I thereafter cautiously approached the suspect and kicked the firearm away from the ground next to his hands for safety reasons, Captain Eva then took over the entire scene. My question is, you cannot deny that this deceased, Thabo Msimanga, had a gun in his possession.
How can she deny that? She said she was not there. She only arrived when the deceased was lying down in the ground.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me then proceed to refer the witness to BR 0011.
Yes, I am right there, Chairperson.
This is a statement of Shannon Brownie, an independent witness. It's not a police witness, it's just an ordinary citizen. I don't wish to read the whole for purposes of saving time, the whole of this statement. But let me refer you again to what I regard here as paragraph 3, 1, 2, 3, which says, I rushed towards my window and saw a person lying on the floor, parking area, on his stomach. I went and fetched my phone from my room and phoned 10811. I looked out the window and saw a male kicking a firearm out of the person's hand, unquote. Would you agree, therefore, Ms. Williams, that this is consistent with what Inspector Maharaj has said in his statement?
Obviously, it's consistent with what he has said, yes.
Now, you say the following day, or 2 days down the line, you revisited the scene.
Yes.
And there was a spent cartridge there.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Were you with the LCRC personnel?
Yes, LCRC was there, ballistics was there, Madam Chair.
And you say a flat screen television was missing.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Who stole it? Was it stolen?
Obviously, I don't know that. But the owner of the flat said the TV, after we left, after the scene was processed, Madam Chair, the owner of the flat, I remember it was an Indian guy. He said he locked the flat and everything was in order. The Monday morning when we arrived there was no television, and all of a sudden there was a spent cartridge that was also in the flat. So we spoke to the gentleman and he said he had no idea what just happened, but he saw, I think the day before, he saw that the flat was broken into, and he also had no idea what was happening or who had broken into the flat.
Thank you. Go to paragraph 73 of your affidavit on page 3-24.
Yes, I'm there.
You made recommendations.
Yes, obviously I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did make recommendations.
Did you recommend that the police officers involved from Katamana should be prosecuted?
Yes, I did that, Madam Chair.
You did that against the statement of an independent witness who's very crucial, who says this person she saw the firearm being kicked from his hand. You did
Madam
that.
Chair,
You recommended prosecution.
Are you done?
I beg yours?
I'm asking, are you done with your question, Madam Chair?
Yes, let me repeat my question.
The witness was asking whether you are done with your question, supposedly so that you can answer.
I am done, yes. Ms. Williams?
You may
Madam
answer.
Chair, obviously, in my DPP memo, I would have included Brown's statement. And then also, I would have taken into account ballistics and the post-mortem report. Because I thought that when you write these DPP memos, you have to include everything. Even the statements from these police officers were also included in the DPP memo.
Let me just repeat my question. In the face of the statement of Shannon Brownie, you recommended prosecution.
Yes.
Go to BR 0287.
BR
BR, Madam Chair, 0287.
0287.
It's a J56, the results of the inquest held in the matter of Thabo Msimango, the man who fell from the 4th floor of the flat in Colesbeck, Durban.
I have that in front of me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document that you're looking at is the result of an inquest held in Durban. Do you see that?
I see that, yes, Madam Chair.
Before Ms Hayes, who was an additional magistrate for the said district, and it was held on the 17th day of August 2010.
I see that they discussed
referred
that,
to this
yes.
document, Counsel, yesterday. If you were here yesterday, she referred to it, she dealt with it. So you can go straight to the point. You can accept we have looked at it. You can go to the point you wish to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The result, whether the death was brought about by any act or omission on the part of anybody, under D, paragraph D, was a no. The magistrate said no.
Yes,
the police
I see
were not liable for the death of Msimango. What do you find wrong in that?
What do I find wrong with what?
With this finding here.
Why would I have a problem with the finding made by a magistrate?
You don't have a problem with this finding.
No, this comes from a magistrate. I've done my investigation. I've sent my docket to the DPP, and here a magistrate writes this, and I do not understand what it is that you want me to say now, because that's his view. That's not my view.
Is it a wrong view?
I don't know. I am not that magistrate. I don't know what the magistrate was looking at.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will leave that aspect and go to the next aspect, and I intend to deal with the Durban Central case 185 to 2009, in which Bongani Mkhize died. It starts on page 3-24 of the witnesses affidavit.
Is that page 34, Chairperson?
Page 3-24.
Which paragraph are we speaking about, Madam Chair?
I will come to that, Ms. Williams. I'm still referring, Madam Chair, the panel to the relevant page.
Do you have 3-24, Ms. Williams?
No, ma'am, mine, I don't have that. That's why I'm asking which paragraph, Madam Chair, he is referring to, so that I can go to the relevant paragraph.
Okay,
Madam Chair, if I may say, I think when the indexing was done, it wasn't done on what we have here. That's why I'm asking if the paragraph can be given, because normally when the paragraph is given, then I find what I need to be looking for.
Yes, it is your statement, and Council will tell you which paragraph.
Thank you.
It starts on paragraph 74.
Yes, I'm at paragraph 74.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, you testified about a publication in the Sunday Times in December 2011 relating to the Katamana SVC.
Correct, Madam Chair.
This publication led to a multidisciplinary effort involving the DPCI, which is known as the Hawks, ICD, and prosecutors supervised by Advocate Andrew Chauke, looking into many of the shootings of the Katamana SVC. Correct?
That's correct, I suppose, yes.
Now, as I understand it, the ICD became involved in that.
Sorry, including what of Advocate Chauke?
Supervised by an Advocate Andrew Chauke.
What was supervised by him?
The
I don't understand your question. Sorry, Council, you may repeat your question. I didn't pick it up.
There was a multidisciplinary effort involving the DPCI, the ICD, and prosecutors where Advocate Andrew Chauke was involved in the prosecution team.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is this from the witness's statement, or you putting a proposition?
I'm putting a proposition. And
Thank you. Council, remember you can't testify from the bar. You cannot say a factual statement or make a factual proposition from the bar as an advocate not backed up by evidence by a witness. Otherwise, you'll be testifying from the bar. I think that's why my sister is asking you this question.
Let me abandon that question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Now, the ICD became involved in this multidisciplinary effort in January 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in your affidavit, you are dealing with the Durban Central CAS 185, as indicated from paragraph 74.
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, the information in paragraph 74, 75, 76, 77, up to 83.4 of your affidavit, is it taken from statements that you made?
Yes, obviously there have been by statements that I've made into this docket. And maybe now, Madam Chair, maybe not just all statements, maybe also ballistic reports, post-mortem reports, that kind of evidence.
Yeah, let me assist you. The statements I'm referring to are contained in bundle DC. DC1 in DC1 000191 is your statement. And 000191, Madam Ramahaha.
000?
191.
Got that? Did you find it?
Yeah, proceed, Councillor.
Yes, I have that, Madam Chair.
This is your statement that you deposed to on 9 December 2009 as it appears on page 000192, correct?
Yes, it is.
There's another statement that you made which appears on page 000228, which you deposed to on 8 February 2010.
Two to eight? Yes, yes, I have it here in front of me, yes.
It's A31 in the docket.
You got it, Madam?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have it.
Another of your statement is in DC 00418, the same bundle.
Which bundle?
Let me quickly check.
Must be another bundle.
Yeah, it must be bundle 2.
Let me just find bundle 2, please.
It's bundle DC2, Madam Chair.
It is not 418, it's 417.
Yes, 417, Madam Chair. You deposed to this statement on 22nd March 2012.
If I can be given time to find it, please.
Yes, ma'am. In the docket, it is marked A58. I think so. A58.
I have the statement, Madam Chair.
You deposited a statement on 22nd March 2012.
Yes.
Now, Miss Williams, it takes you almost 10 months after the incident of 3 February 2009 to deposit your statement.
Yes.
Why should that happen?
Because obviously that must have been the time when I am now allowed to take over the investigation. Does the town matter, Madam Chair?
Now let's look at A24.
Where are we now, Madam Chair? I'm lost.
I'm taking you back to DC 000191.
Yes, I am at 000191, yes.
24, yes.
In paragraph 3 of that statement, you say you were approached by a Captain Govender who informed you that he was the detective responsible for the crime scene.
Correct, yes.
And according to your evidence, Captain Govender gave you information as the duty officer as to what happened. Not so.
That's correct, yes. That's correct, yes.
Now go back to your statement of 22 March 2012, 417. DC 00417.
Yes, I have it with me, yes.
DC 00417, Madam Chair. Yes. And you say you were with your colleague from ICD, Ms. Ntombi Gibson, and you asked for the duty officer and you were informed that it was Bristow.
Yes, correct.
Who told you that she does not want you at the scene?
Superintendent Jackie Bristow told us that she did not want us in the scene.
And that she will call you when she's ready. Not so.
No, sorry, maybe that was a mistake, but she did not say that.
But you are saying so in your statement. Look at your statement in paragraph 2. Under F.
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I see that. I think maybe that time when I was writing the statement, I must have made a mistake because she did not say at any stage that she's going to call us back. Mistake on my part, I apologize.
And then, did you also make a mistake? 2 lines down the line when you say, Bristow ignored myself and Ntombi.
No, I did not make a mistake. She did ignore us.
May I confer for half a second with
Yes, you may, Council.
Advocate Lekgetho? Thank you, Madam Chair.
My sister on the left is advising that maybe Advocate Lekgetho can come and sit closer to you if it will be convenient to you.
It will be, Madam
It will
Chair.
be convenient. Advocate Lekgetho, you can take the corner seat on the right of Council. Thank you, Mera Mahaga.
May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, go to page DC 000254. Where you will find the statement of your colleague, Ntombi Gibson.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Your colleague, Ntombi Gibson, says in paragraph 2 of her statement that you met a white female superintendent who was processing the scene, and she requested that you should wait until the police were done with the scene. Do you see that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I see that.
Nowhere in her statement does she mention that Bristol ignored you.
But she did ignore us and she did chase us away from the scene. Because I see here, Madam Chair, if I may, the same superintendent had refused to allow us to interview anybody on the scene. She said members were traumatized. This woman distinctly said to us that we should get off her scene, and she said that we are reporters. I actually remember now when I'm reading in Tombi's statement, ma'am, that she said she will deal with the reporters later, but she did not view us at that stage as ICD members. My memory of this, maybe it's a little bit rusty because I haven't looked at this docket for a very long time. And also I did not go through all the statements to familiarize myself with everything, all the content in it.
Where was J.S. Govender stationed?
He was J.S. Govender. Would that be the duty officer?
The duty officer, yes.
He was stationed at Durban Central Detectives.
Not Katomana.
No, not Cato Manor. Obviously, I'm saying he's the duty officer. It would be from Durban Central.
And it is not your testimony that she was under the command of Major General Boysen or anyone else from Katomana. It's not your evidence.
Who was under whose
Sorry,
command?
Let me understand the question. That, Counsel, it is not the witness evidence that
J.S. Govender, suppose he's an inspector, was not under the command of General Joan Boysen.
Yes, thank you. What is the answer, madam?
Ma'am, I just want to make sure the J.S. Governor that the gentleman is speaking about, if it is Captain Governor from Detectives.
The one who was at the scene.
Yes, are we talking about the same Captain Governor?
Yes. We're talking about the
Okay,
same.
no. Yes, I can say that that man was from Detectives at Durban Central.
His statement is on page DC 000230. It's 832B in the docket.
Triple zero.
230.
Almost there. I do have it in front of me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I want to take you back to your statement. You state in paragraph 77, which is on page 3-24, that it was initially reported that the civilian shot by NIU members was still alive.
That's correct, yes. That's the report I got from Jerome Rubo.
In your four statements, you made four statements. In your four statements, where do you say that?
Whether I say it or not, that is what happened. Jerome told me, go and check out the scene. So that's what he said. And Madam Chair, if necessary, I can submit a further statement because I already started with one statement, and in this respect, if the council needs a statement, I will give a further statement because that is what happened.
You can just confine yourself to what counsel is asking you. You've answered the question.
Yes, ma'am, I've already answered the council. Should I repeat again?
No, you have answered the question. That's what I was saying.
Yes, ma'am.
In other words, just confine yourself to answering the questions asked to you.
Noted, ma'am.
Now, in paragraph 79 of your statement on page 3-25,
I'm there, yes.
upon arrival at the scene, you say you were with Ms. Gibson, you were introduced, you spoke to the duty officer on the scene, and you were introduced as members of the ICD to Superintendent Jackie Bristow.
Correct, yes.
The impression I get from this paragraph is that Superintendent Bristow was not the duty officer.
She was identified to us as the duty officer.
Mr. Mohlamonyane, the witness testified yesterday. From my notes on this paragraph is that Mr. Bristow left and handed over to Governor. Did you say that yesterday, Madam?
Yes, I did, Madam Chair.
That's the evidence we have in the transcript.
Yeah, I'll get to the next point, Madam Chair. You say you were the lead investigator in this investigation.
Yes, the matter was allocated to me
The
to be the lead
Devon
investigator.
Central
Yes, the Devon Central matter, yes.
was allocated to you by whom?
By the allocation panel.
Go to DC 388, which is in DC 2, bundle DC 2, Madam Chair, and your sisters. 388, it's A49 in the docket.
Yes, I have it here.
This document here is the Independent Complaints Directorate Crime Scene Report, which you testified about for several days. Do you see it?
I see it, yes, Madam Chair.
And it relates to the Devon Central Case 185-2/2009, the one we're dealing with now.
Correct, yes.
You were taken through this document.
You said, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, DC 2000348.
No, Madam Chair, DC 000388.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, 388, which is A49, A49 in the docket.
DC 2000388.
388. It is an Independent Complaints Directorate Crime Scene Report.
I went to the wrong page. Thank you.
My apologies.
388. Yes, thank you.
I want you to hasten and go to paragraph 2.2. The others are on record. It's not necessary that we should deal with everything. Do you see paragraph 2.2?
I see that, yes.
It says ICD investigator, N. Gibson.
Yes.
Other ICD personnel under 2.3, S. Williams.
Correct, yes.
S. Williams is yourself, not so.
That's correct, yes.
This document says you were not the investigator.
Obviously, this document is compiled by the ICD person at the scene. This is no indication of who the matter will be allocated to. This is just a pro forma that we use to write down all our information.
You insist you were the lead investigator.
Yes, I was the lead investigator.
Taking into consideration that this report is actually completed at the crime scene, would it be fair to say at the time when it was completed, when this report was completed, it was unclear or you did not know, as ICD personnel at the scene, you did not know as to who would be allocated which role as an investigator?
You are correct when you are saying that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But I also, just to follow on what my sister is asking you, and correct me if my recollection is wrong, you testified yesterday about this ICD Form 7-2, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair.
And according to your testimony, this CD 7-2 is a form in which preliminary recordals are made.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And only thereafter, at the later stage, will you then conduct, or rather report fully on your investigation.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
If my understanding is correct, this is just an initial or preliminary recorder of what you see at the scene after the reports are made.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And you said it will be followed by a full comprehensive report after investigation.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Just to complete that has been raised with you by the chairperson. If you look at the sentence under crime scene report, it clearly says to be completed by the ICD investigator at the scene of the case.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The same document, Ms. Williams, go to page 000392.
Just give me 1 second. I have 000392 in front of me, Madam Chair.
You made a short summary. Was it you who made this short summary?
Yes, I made a
Paragraph
short
50.
summary, yes. That's correct. It was me that made a short summary.
in this short summary, you're saying the deceased, as he was driving from his residence at Ridge Road. Where did you get this information of that the deceased was driving from his residence?
I got that, as I already explained yesterday in my evidence, I got it from Captain Governor from Durban Central.
Go to Captain Governor's statement on page 230, 230.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Yeah.
I'm saying go to the statement of Captain Governor on page, the same bundle, on page DC 000230.
DC
230. Yes, Madam Chair. It's a statement therein of.
Not there yet.
I beg yours?
230.
230 years.
I have it, yes.
Yeah, it's a handwritten statement there by Jayat Tum Govender, who says, I'm a captain in the South African Police Services with the above given particulars. And he's attached to the detective services as a group commander at Devon, in Devon, I believe. And he says, on Tuesday, 3/2/2009, at about 1500 hours, I attended a shooting incident at Umgeni Road. Devon. On my arrival at the scene, I was informed by Colonel, I can't see that, of the National Intervention Unit, that this member were involved in a shooting incident FT Tlamuka was interviewed, and he stated that while on an operation, they difficult to read, they tallied a suspect. They followed a suspect, I beg your pardon, from Overport. I believe Overport is the name of a place in Devon.
That's correct, yes.
Who was driving a black Lexus, and the number plate is given there. The suspect failed to stop on instruction from the police and shot at the police. The police returned fire, and the suspect died on the scene. Now, Ms. Williams, nowhere in this statement is Captain Govender saying the deceased was driving from his residence. And you say you got this information that you give on page 392 in your short summary on the ICD report, that it was Govender who gave you this information. But Govender doesn't state that in his statement.
You're suggesting that the witness is lying because Mr. Govender may not have reflected everything there. Are you going to call Mr. Govender?
No, Madam Chair. I'm not suggesting that the witness is lying. I'm trying to show a contradiction here. She says she got information from Captain Govender that they were from his residence. But Captain Govender is not saying so.
Yes, but if she comes, he will probably say, yes, I told her, yes, I did not tell her that. That's why I'm saying we don't know whether the statement is reflective of everything.
Let me abandon it, Madam Chair. I'll not pursue it.
If I may remind you again, Counsel, you may be asking these questions and speculating to discredit the witness. The fact of the matter is that we have to go back to the terms of reference. This is not a criminal trial. And remind ourselves why we are in this process. I'll remind you again. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your fourth statement, Ms. Williams, which was the last one, A58 on page
Remind me of the page.
the last statement. Yeah, I've got it here. It's page this
000191.
417, Madam Chair.
417.
Yeah, it's A58 in the docket.
What's the DC number, Madam Chair?
DC, pardon, DC 000417,
That's correct.
A58.
Indeed, Madam Chair.
Do you see it at page DC 000417, A58? Council had
Yes,
referred you to that statement earlier on.
Sorry, Madam Chair. When you speak, Madam Chair, on our side, it's very soft.
I beg your pardon, I must raise my voice. Madam Williams, you must tell us to speak louder as I tell everybody else.
I attempted that, ma'am, and then you cut me off because you did not know what I wanted to say.
Yes, order. I'll do that. I'll do precisely that. I'm sorry.
You're welcome, ma'am. It's okay.
You may proceed then.
Yes, I have A58 DC 000417 in front of me, yes?
Now, I want you to put your finger on this statement. I'll come back to it in a moment. Go to your paragraph 82 of your statement.
Paragraph 80.
82, Madam Chair, on 3-25, page 3-25. Are you there, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I am there.
You are saying in that statement that you were approached by 3 NIU members, Inspector Dlamuka, Constables Mfene and Sifulume, Constables Mfene and Sifulume.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And you interviewed the 3 members together.
That's correct,
with
yes.
Inspector, rather, together with Ms. Gibson.
That's correct, yes.
You make no mention of NIU members in your fourth statement. Can you proffer a reason for that?
Are you speaking about the statement in DC 000417?
Yes.
Madam, this is so long ago, I can't remember why I didn't mention that, but obviously it was part of my investigation. I had this information.
I've mentioned that in the other statement that you made.
I think I would have, ma'am, in a further statement, because this is now what I see. I made a statement and then I submitted further statements to this effect. But I cannot remember which statement is which because of the bundles.
If you look at DC 000191 at paragraph 2, we dealt with this part yesterday and Council asked you several questions on it, and also the panel did ask you some few questions on it. And it is in this paragraph that you mention in the middle of that paragraph the following. 3 members from NIU, Marion Hill, and Inspector Dlamuka, Constable Mfene, Constable Sikulume, spoke to Ms. Gibson and me and told us that they assisted Katomena organized crime because they had them call for backup on the radio. You see that?
Yes, I see that, ma'am.
Does it have anything to do with the question that Council is asking you now?
Yes, ma'am, it has to do with the question from the Council.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, you see that statement?
Indeed, Madam Chair. Let me pause a bit because I want to wrap up and find out from my colleague as to whether I've left out anything.
No, I just want to ascertain whether this addresses the point that you sought
It does.
to clarify with the witness.
It does.
Thank you. Advocate Mohlamonyane and Advocate Ramokhale, it is 1:30, and perhaps we should take a lunch adjournment. Let me confer with my colleagues. My sisters overruled me. They suggest that we should proceed. I think prudently so that we don't disrupt your line of thoughts. So we can proceed, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, Ntombi Gibson was your colleague at ICD, not so?
That's correct, yes.
Do you have a problem with her?
No, I didn't have a problem with Ntombi Gibson.
But you call her, you regard her as being shady.
No, you heard incorrect. That was not Ntombi Gibson.
Was it not Ntombi Gibson?
No, that was not Ntombi Gibson.
Remind me, who was that?
I was speaking about Ms. Mpanza, not Ms. Gibson.
So you have a problem with Mr. Mpanza?
I didn't have a problem with Ms. Mpanza personally, but when I was looking at what Ms. Mpanza was doing, it was not some of the things that she was doing was not something that I would have done. And I have my own morals and principles. Therefore, I did not agree with some of the decisions in how she was operating.
Why is Ms. Mpanza shady, according to you?
Because of how Ms. Mpanza handled certain situations.
You also have a problem with McBride, who was the head of ICD.
Yes, I had a problem with Mr. McBride. I had a conversation with him. And obviously, my fears about him was confirmed because I don't know Mr. McBride personally, but my uncle knew Mr. McBride personally. I heard a lot of stories about Mr. McBride, but I don't know him that well. But when I spoke to him, I saw a side of Mr. McBride that I did not appreciate.
But what was your relationship with your colleagues? It seemed you had a problem with everyone else.
No, Counsel. You can't put that kind of a proposition to a witness. I think just be specific so that she can answer. She has answered about Ms. Mpanza. She has answered about Mr. McBride. You can refer to those other people that you think or suggest she had a problem with and not put a general statement to the witness.
You had a problem with Ms. Gibson.
No, I did not.
You had a problem with Advocate Steinberg.
I wouldn't say I had a problem with him on a personal level, but when it came to his decisions, yes, I started having a problem with that, the decisions that he made.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
I see Advocate Lekgetho is scribbling something. Perhaps he wants to pass the note to you before you close.
Yeah, maybe I should consider it. I'll see what she's scribbling.
She can talk to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not taking the matter any further. No further questions to this witness.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm sure this time my sisters will agree with me that we should take a lunch adjournment. Let me confer with them. Yes, I am allowed. We can take a lunch adjournment. Advocate Ramokhale. It is, say, 22:02. We can quickly have lunch and reconvene at 2:30. Madam Williams?
Yes, Madam Chair.
We're going to pause for a lunch break. We will reconvene at 2:30. And remember, you are under oath.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that.
Yes, thank you. Adjourn until 2:30. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Good afternoon, Madam Williams.
Ma'am.
You continue to be under oath, Madam.
Excuse Madam Chair.
Advocate Ramkhane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, I'll be quite brief. In respect of the Berea docket, if I could ask you to turn to BR 0093, please.
Just find the docket quickly.
Yes, it's if it assists, it's A19 to the docket.
I just need to find the file quickly.
Oh, sure. BR 0094, page 94. So it begins at 93, but the part that's relevant that I'd like to point Ms. Williams to is 94.
Yes, I do have it in front of me.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just a moment for the panel, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Counsel. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams, this is a statement of Tembi Cynthia Nxumalo, which the evidence leader took you through. If I could ask you to go to page BR 0094.
I'm there, yes.
Yes. Sorry, actually, the preceding page.
Paragraph.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, Madam Chair.
Paragraph
3.
3.
Yes.
You got it, Madam?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Are you able to read what appears in paragraph 3 of the statement, please?
I will attempt to do so, Madam Chair. That human being fell, and he was not carrying anything on his hands. I then went to the main door in front to check, as my flat had been once broken into. I did take long after I've checked the door.
Where is the witness?
Sorry, ma'am, it's
Ms. Williams, could you just inform the Chair where you're reading from?
it's paragraph 3, Madam Chair. I read now the second line.
Of which page number there?
Page number BR 0093, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Ms. Williams. Yes, please continue.
I did take long after I've checked the door of the burglar to check if the door of the burglar was not locked. So some of it's illegible, and I did not see anything from my door. I quickly returned back to the window and saw that human being lying by his stomach, and I recognized that it was a male person. Before that person would fall, I heard gunshot, and when he went down, I also heard gunshot. I didn't see who was shooting, but I heard gunshots. That African male remained on the ground. After a while, I saw many white males around that African male who fell from above. I then went back to my bed and I peeped through the, I can't see what that is, window, looks like a window. And next to the deceased, a gun, and saw a gun lying next to him. But when he was falling, there was no gun. I don't know at what stage that gun was placed next to the deceased as when he fell down.
Thank you, Ms.
There
Williams.
were no fire.
Actually, you can just finish off that sentence.
There was no firearm on his hands. Amongst those males, there were also an African male, but the others were white male.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, when it was put to you by the evidence leader, the statement of witness Brown at BR 0011, were you invited to comment about this?
No, I was not invited to comment about this.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, the last statement I'd like to take you through in this Berea docket is that of Inspector Mostert. And you will find that at BR 0073.
I have that in front of me, Chairperson.
Just a moment, please. BR 0073. It's A10 to the docket. Yes, we're still in the BR1, the same Berea docket. Yes, yes, Madam Chair. 0073. Thank you, Chair. This is a statement and evidence has been led on this by Inspector Mostert. The paragraph I'd like to draw your attention to is the fifth paragraph from the top, the one that begins at 2240. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, if you could, the statement reads, on our arrival, I noticed a security gate in front of the door. Due to the fact that the suspects could be armed, the security gate was forced open by means of a crowbar. You've spoken about this crowbar. Once this was done, the door was kicked in by Inspector Nell. I immediately entered the flat, armed with my pistol, a 9mm parabellum with serial number Q014304. As I entered, I was confronted by the suspect, Thabo. He was armed with the pistol, pointing it in my direction. I fired 3 shots in his direction. At this point, he ran towards the enclosed balcony with a window slightly opened. He dived through the window and fell to the ground. Now, could I ask you this, Ms. Williams? Why would it be that a person who's shooting at the police would immediately after that run towards the enclosed balcony and dive through the window?
In my view, it's because he's trying to get away from the police or whoever is firing at him.
Now, if you square this up, this version, and just inform the panel very briefly that when you looked at this document and all the others in the docket, why did you form the view that the killing here was not justified?
I obviously looked at all the information. I read through the statements. I looked at the post-mortem report. I looked even at the ballistics, even had a reconstruction done. When I looked through the statements, if I can draw your attention to something else here, Mostert says the same thing that I say. I noticed the firearm lying in close proximity to the suspect. And that is exactly what I've said. And based on the ballistics, especially the ballistics, it was impossible. Oh, I won't say impossible. That is actually the thing that actually made me make that recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Madam Chair, those are all the questions we have for Ms. Williams.
Just bear with us. I just want to ascertain from my sister, Meramachacha, whether she has any question. Ms. Williams,
Yes, Madam Chair.
we don't have further questions for clarity from you, but we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for having made yourself available to come here and testify,
Welcome, Madam Chair.
and to assist this panel as we search for the truth.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
We wish you well, and on behalf of not only the panel, but also on behalf of everybody here, the evidence leading team and the Advocate Chauke's team, we thank you. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Advocate Ramokhale, we have just excused the witness, but there is that aspect that will not necessarily require her to be here. You remember she spoke about the memorandum. And an undertaking was made that you'll follow up on that memorandum. If it is found from IPD, you can cause it to be filed of record for the purpose of our work.
Yes, Chair, if I may just give an update on that.
Yes.
We reached out to Mr. Len John yesterday to find out whether he had access to these memorandums and the dockets, etc. And he has informed us this morning that we need to write to National Office of IPID to get permission from them for him to release the documents. We've written to IPID National, and we hope to have those documents sooner rather than later.
Yes, thank you. If or when the document is made available, share it with your colleagues. Once you file it on record, everybody will have access to it.
Yes, Chair, will do so.
And what is the position with regard to Monday? Are you ready to proceed with the witness from Greece?
Chair, we're ready to proceed with the witness from Greece on Monday. I had promised that during the tea adjournment I'd ascertain how far he is with signing off the statement. I understand he's come back with more changes that he'd like to effect on his statement. So I'm hoping we can reach finality with that statement today.
Yes, thank you. And with these witnesses, you remember we already have Mr. Danika's statement, the one in Greek and the one that was translated, and other statements which were not sworn in. To the extent possible, Advocate Ramokhale, let us stick to time.
Chair will do so, but I'll certainly direct that to Mr. Nkabinde, I'm sure is listening right now.
Yes, thank you. To all of you, thank you, and we wish you a restful weekend. I know that we are all going to be working, but do have a peaceful weekend. We will adjourn until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We'll adjourn.